Okay. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Dojo. Dark Mage in the house with the sick flow. If you didn't know, this is how you can reach out. Although I am currently banned on X for another like 3 days. In the meantime, you can reach out to me on these other things. Also, I do need to get a Discord link on this list, but you can find a Discord link in the video description. What are you doing today? Back to game dev. There's lots of little small things that I want to work on that will ultimately help the feel of the game in general. Let's start with the title screen. I noticed that there's a display bug that emerged after I experimented with RL text a few weeks ago. I've taken the last week off to play chess, basically, and to try and do some hacking. I need to make longer Dojo streams. The problem is chopping things up into individual sections. Like, I could supposedly, do a much longer Dojo stream that encompasses multiple topics, because realistically throughout the day I do shift modes. But before I continue, let me check my stuff, make sure everything looks good, and then because I always have this habit of posting a live stream link in the Discord before I actually continue. All right, now that I've done that, what else we got going on? So we're going to fix that title screen real quick. That's going to be our warm-up exercise here. What's wrong with the title screen? I'll show you. Actually, better yet, let me make without music. I need to add in more flags. The flags are good. People like I like configuration. I like configurability. I like being able to set a variable and then have some impact like immediately. So what's wrong with this title screen, right? Well, the RPG is almost sitting on top of the T and the period, right? Like, which kind of looks cool, and it was really not intended to be like that. But this is a display bug. This is not how it was originally before I experimented with RL text. So getting the display, because I mean, you could say, why can't you just render the image and do it that way? Well, let me tell you, I could do it that way. I could pre-render this whole image to a file and then load that image instead of like manually drawing it every single time. But that's also going to take work. So one way or another, I'm going to have to fix this, right? So how do we fix it? Easy. Well, first, let me just preface that virtually any part of the game has a corresponding like section and code. Because naturally this game is written in C++, but it's also written using Raylib, and that is designed for the development process to be as code heavy as possible. The only non-code parts of development that I have to worry about or think about are things involving the graphics, the pixel art, or things involving the music and sound effects. So let's start by loading up draw title screen. Everything's conveniently located in .h files. Everything's written in a way that's meant to be easy to extend. So it's the project RPG title text that's currently not displaying correctly. Ideally, what we want is title text 1 and title text 0 to be side by side, and we can kind of do things to like measure overlap where necessary, because ultimately they just need to be literally side by side. Let's kind of unfuck some of this code. Wait, what? Okay, this actually is a vector. Well, if I'm changing it down here, why not just declare it here, right? And the reason that this in particular changes, right, is that I'm reusing it, and I don't want to have to like create a new variable for every single piece of text whenever I'm placing it down. So this is some of the more boring parts of game development. I figure I start here, get it out of the way. Maybe someone out there thinks text placement's interesting. So the vector 2 measures, the measure text x calls, I'll figure out kind of like a vector representing like how long and how tall a piece of text is, given a certain font size and spacing and contents of that text, and also given the font. So assuming all of that stuff gets lined up properly, and I'm pretty sure it is, we have our text 0 and text 1 calls here. So title text 1x. So in neovim, I can hit Control right brace to bounce to where a variable is declared, and it's declared right here, and it contains the original x, which is this long x up here, whereas title tag 0, the project dot, so it's actually based off of x. So maybe we need more pad here. Maybe we need a second pad. Maybe that should be sufficient. Wait. Looks like we still need more pad. You know what we could do is actually render out like the whole phrase project.rpg behind. the text and see kind of like how things are impacted that way, and then kind of compensate based off of that, right? Oh, whoops, the doodle. Title text 1 color on 20. So I'm doing a hardcore, like, if I end up not using a variable, I'm gonna error out. I'm not gonna even let my shit compile. Fuck it. You know what I mean? First of all, I hope everyone's having a good day. I haven't checked the chats or looked yet. We had some viewers, now we don't have any viewers. It's okay. We got like one person. Shout outs to the one person, by the way. Looks like we have 3. I can't really trust these things. Like it's in one tab it says 6 viewers, and another tab it says 1. I have no idea what's real anymore. So fuck it. How's it going, Fred? I like how you spell Fred there with the PH. All right. Yeah, see, like the analytics on fucking YouTube Studio is just like it the numbers are never accurate. I'll just say that, you know, like you should I always have to remind myself to take the analytics with a grain of salt. But it also like helps kind of guide me in how active and how engaging I should be in a given moment, because I do want people to talk. I do want people to kind of talk about the game and like other projects that they might be working on and things like this. What I don't want is people coming in here, even though I've clearly titled the stream Coding a Roguelike in C++ with Raylib. I'll straight up have people come in here at some point, inevitably during this stream or any other game dev stream that I'm doing, and then straight up ask me what I'm doing. And it's like, it's in the title. I'm not trying to be a dick, but damn, you really try me sometimes. But no, I really appreciate you chatting. This is your first time on my channel. Tell me about the game. Okay, so it's been in development for about a year. It's lovingly titled Project RPG, but it's supposed to be a roguelike. If you don't know what a roguelike is a game that is effectively a turn-based dungeon crawler. The name roguelike comes from the original dungeon crawler game, which was called Rogue. That's good, because I love roguelikes too. I wish I had more time to play other ones, but you know what? Life is short, and I have to make my own game at some point, especially having written software and programming for the last 30 years. I just turned 40 a little bit over a month ago, and you know what? Time's ticking. I gotta get a game out before I die, right? So we're gonna do that. I'll talk about some of the features of the game, right? Oh wait, hold on. Okay, so we got the gray right there, and that actually kind of looks good. Placing is also pretty solid, but realistically, I actually wanted the text to be white. Well, thank you. No, my birthday was over a month ago, but you know what? It's going to take me the whole year to celebrate the fact that I'm 40 now. It's like, damn, I survived this far. God damn. Okay. Title text color is 0 is apparently gray. And then title text color 1 is going to be white. So one thing that we could do actually as a cheat to this whole setup here. God damn, this is ghetto. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Okay, this is so stupid. Oh my god. Christ almighty. Okay, so what are we doing? I'll show you a little bit more about the game in a second. What I currently have implemented. Okay, the RPG is way too far over, first of all. Secondly, when we actually go to draw it, we don't want to update the position. That's why it's doing that. Unused variable on 62. Okay, it's not quite there. I thought the text would be 1-to-1 here. What we should do is it should have been 1-to-1. That's so fucked. Oh wait, you know why? Because we never used measure 2. Yeah, okay. But wait, no, we don't want to add measure 2 in. This is silly. This shouldn't work at all. Okay, yeah, naturally it's a little bit too far off. Now it's a little bit too far to the other side. It's not going to be pixel perfect, so we're going to have to do something else. Oh shit, I was wrong. Why did I have to add an extra space in there though? Is it because of the period? Yeah, effectively that would do it. The problem is though, that would also impact like where we define what the center is. And so we need to consider like the whole piece of text as like one thing, even though effectively we're dividing it up into 2 different draw calls in order to achieve the different colors. But because that's the first thing that we've done today, we'll call that a new version. My definition of version is very loose. Okay, let me show you some of what we got going on here. Well, actually, one thing I kind of want to do is have the music on in the background while I'm talking, but at the moment, the volume for the in-game music is a little bit too loud, I think. So default music volume. So if music's off, we do one thing, but here, Let's do 25. So we will put music back on. Oh, right. Yeah, I can't save that. What's the F measure? Oh, that's floating point, right? So whenever you're working in C or C++, if you have a decimal number that's preceded by an F, then that's an explicit hard coding for floating point, which is a decimal type number that is effectively 32 bits. You may have heard of double as a data type. Double is usually taught as one of the first data types that you're introduced to in order to represent numbers that might be fractional, such as 1.25 or 2.3 or 3.1415, you know, blah blah blah, pi, all that good stuff. It's you know, you have integers and you have doubles and you have shorts, which are short integers, and you have normal size. Like before double there was float, and that's what this is. Okay, let me show you what we got here. Check it out. Oh, and the game window decides to lovingly not show up. There we go. Oh, and again, the audio might echo with the microphone because I don't have my filter on at the moment. Let me add the filter back in. Okay. So if you press left or right on the character creation screen, we've got elf. I might even make the physical size of these dudes, like when they're drawn here, bigger. Uh-oh, zombie's not showing up. Neither are those. Uh-oh. That's not good. I'll figure that out. Alright, so we're gonna spawn as human. We're gonna roll some dice. Get some stats. 17 constitution means we'll have high HP. Strength 16 means we will have a bonus to our attack and damage. I'm thinking about making the message text bigger as well. I have to update the control tutorial text as well. You can't see it here because I chose not to build with it, but here we got a dude right here. Last time I did dev, I implemented pathfinding. So this dude will straight up follow me now. So box pushing works. Box pulling will work once, yeah. Yeah, this dude stays on you like glue. So we're gonna equip our axe and kill him. You can also pull dead bodies. Watch. Now there is a lighting bug here. He shouldn't be casting that big of a shadow. We fixed it so that it no longer does the shadow thing when you're standing on top of him. And for all the boxes, that's probably fine. What they're doing at the moment. But this guy should not be casting as big of a shadow as he is. Attacking in combat also is a thing. But before we get to that, let me check in this code. Do y'all like my do y'all like my do you like the filter on the microphone, or do we go filterless so you can hear me type? So this is filterless. This is no noise suppression whatsoever. Yes, if I use Dijkstra's, I don't remember because I had the shit vibe coded for me. I still have to take a look at that code and there it is. Oh, it's A star. Okay. This big section right here was pretty much vibe coded. It's probably not the most efficient code, but it is code that works. Attacking. So at the moment we're handling, we only have two basic action types. So there's this thing called an entity default action, and it's basically what I'm using to like hard code in things that a entity can do in a given turn. So at the moment we have random move and we have move to target, and previously I had attack adjacent, right? As well as in combination with these two things. So we can have one, let's see, attack adjacent, random move attack adjacent, and then move to target attack adjacent. All right, so we're going to implement these three. All right, we got three if statement blocks that we're gonna have to handle here. All right, so first our NPC has to get its target. And then we have to check to see if the target is adjacent to us. Notice in all of these, we are calling get target ID, right? So we can actually pull out target ID, right? Because all three of these are going to use it, we can actually just pull it out up here anyway. So So now we can use them down here. We could probably end up pulling this stuff out into its own function as well, because it is the exact same code that we're using up here. So if I were to do something like that, we could yank this code, plop it up here, so notice that because we're actually returning a value here, so how would this work, right? Like how we... So if try entity move to target ID return true. So now down here we can do the same thing, right? So we handled move to target. We got to do random move now. Random move can also go into its own thing. Or we could call this try entity move random. Okay, so we've written some new stuff that we're going to have to test. Okay, we still have to add in the attack target calls. Now, just because I kind of want to show off a little bit, like from a syntax perspective, the original try-entity attack takes an integer x and an integer y. This is because it was written before I created the vec3. The vec3 is a struct containing an xyz integer. The reason I did this is because Raylib offers a vector 2 and a vector 3 itself, but it's in floating point, and like there's certain times when it's like I want to operate in just integer, or I want to operate in just float, and I don't want to have to necessarily convert back and forth between these. So that's why I created vec3. So I could have two different vector types, one for floats and graphics and the other for logical in-game locations. So this is the original try-entity attack, right? And I kind of want to come back to this. All right, we'll implement this and then we'll do that next. So at the moment, the NPCs are being created with move to target. But in order to properly test this, we're going to have to test each one of these. Dad is heading back to China. Just got to LA and he will be in Shanghai. Or he will be on his way to Shanghai. It'd be cool to visit China one day. I no longer feel averse to learning Mandarin. I used to a long time ago. Is anyone in the chat? What y'all doing today? Yeah, it does run in browser. Yeah, cleaning is alright, you know, like sometimes you got to. Also, I can see that there's a good amount of y'all watching right now. Do me a favor, hit that like button, and if you haven't done so, subscribe and all that shit, man. I'm trying to blow up here. Nice. What you do for a living? I am making a lot less money now than I've made in the past, but historically speaking, I'm a software developer as well as online tutor and mentor. So if you need help, if you need pair programming, dude, sick. I fucking love marijuana. I smoke weed every day. I used to have my medical card in Florida. Real talk. I got the government license to to do that because I got a fucked up body, and this body is, you know what I mean? Canada, nice. I would love to smoke Canadian weed one day. I think that would be fucking great. I would love to visit Canada. Our country's not exactly got the best look right now, but I hope that y'all can accept someone like me. Oh, damn, I'm a fucking American. We ain't got a hot look right now, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. Okay, what was that? Okay, we're gonna test, right? But in order to test, we have to create an NPC with particular starting default actions. So we're gonna shift up some of these default actions here. So default action, move the target. Actually, we want to do sometimes the autocomplete's not like super fantastic. Attack target if adjacent. We'll start there. This way the enemy will just stand in one spot and we can walk up to him and he can attack us. And this will also be a good test for the shield because the shield action took a lot of bug fixing and I think it's really clutch. Also, I want to tweak up character creation screen real quick. So destination 2 is where everything gets drawn to. That's why everything is a certain size. Destination 2 width, height. I want it to be actually much bigger than this. Can we do like 400? Let's like double it up. I don't know why dude, the calculation, I did this shit so long ago. I don't know why I did any of this. I don't know why it's coded in this way. This is stupid. Alright. Here we go. Oh, we got some unused variables. 3, 6, 10. Okay, so if we're not using that, we'll do that. Wait, why am I try-editing attacking twice? That's stupid. Holy shit. What? Why am I doing it 3 times? That's insanity. Oh my god. What? That was weird. Yeah, I only need 1 call to it. What the fuck? Okay, we saved. We're good. Let's go. Okay. Okay, he's a little bit big. A little bit off center. That's fine. We can fix that. Just positioning. Also, I want to change the zoom in and the zoom out buttons. Zoom in and zoom out are currently left and right hard brace, but I think they should realistically be minus and plus. I think that would be better. Alright, there we go. So there's the dude. Let's equip our shit. Okay, so he hit me pretty hard. He did 4 damage. Something's up with the help menu rendering. Almost all of the text looks correct. There's a couple places where it's like, this is one reason I want to. Also, yeah, the D on the dark mage down here doesn't look right. All right, so far so good. So we. Restore some HP. And maybe we won't fuck with the attack stuff right now. But, or rather, like the function signature. But, let's do random move and attack if adjacent. We'll test the other one, and then we will I'm gonna see if I can't link my dad to the stream. All right, hit him up on that WeChat. All right, so where's our dude at? I'm not sure that was a sufficient test. Okay, so he is moving randomly. And if he comes up to me, he kills me. You hit R and you can restart. Very nice. So like, as a real quick fix, I want to mess with the zoom key left bracket and key right bracket. Instead of those, key minus, no, key plus. Was it equals? Oh, key equal, okay. What? Okay, so that one's minus and this one's equal. Yo, Punch YT. What's the theme in Neovim? Honestly, I forget. I want to say Tokyo Night or Tokyo Midnight. Let's take a look. Like, I started with some default, and then I've heavily mangled my configuration here. Yeah, Tokyo Night. There you go. I tried a lot of the other themes out that were default with... I forget how... Because I rebranded this shit. This was actually largely taken from someone else's initial setup. I should have saved that information. Damn. Because I've changed a few things. Like, for instance, I'm not using Telescope anymore. I'm using FZF, I believe. Yeah. It's a bunch of shit in here I don't quite understand myself. And honestly, you can spend an entire day fucking with your nvim setup. It's kind of a crazy rabbit hole to go down. Okay, we did some stuff I should probably check in. Oh yeah, so the character creation screen, we need to move, and this is hard-coded. Man, this is so hard-coded. This is so bad. We really need to do a lot to fix and clean up the implementation here. I just realized that we're not handling some of the other options in here, like zombie and some of the other new monsters. Not that like there's really a lot of meaningful difference between racial selections at the moment. placement of UI elements is such a fucking rabbit hole. Oh my god, that's why I hate user interfaces. That's why I hate doing UX, because it's so much work. It's tedious. It's not like the meat and potatoes, you know what I mean? It's like the garnish. It's like the sauce. You know, like, sure, you could go to the store and you can buy some pre-made sauce and then go home and then you're like, oh yeah, it tastes pretty good. Yeah. But at the same time, have you ever sat down to like make your own caramelized onions? It takes a long time. I figured out what the secret is after decades of attempting to like do it and just like failing every fucking time. You know what the secret to caramelized onions is? Actually using real fucking sugar. You actually gotta use real sugar in that bitch. I thought you could get away with just cooking sweet onions until they're, you know, like crisping up and shit, but nah, you gotta use actual sugar and salt to kind of help the process along. You caramelize standing up. Yeah, no, I mean, I stand up. I don't have a good chair for the kitchen for when I'm cooking. That would be kind of cool. But no, I stand when I cook as well. Yeah, like a good menu can really make a game feel like a lot better than it would be without it. So I gotta pull, I mean, at the very minimum, I've got to pull we gotta pull our dude back, you know, some amount of space, right? So let's CX. CX is the center, right? So if we can do something like CX minus DST to width height, then this is like a good start, because it'll just be like hugging the center. And that's not bad. This is actually what I want. So that works. I don't remember why I had the pad in here to begin with. What is the pad? It's only 40. Why do we even need this? Like, can I get away with no pad? I'm not sure what SY is. SY is 1/4 of the height. Okay, this does not look bad. I can't really complain. We do gotta get the rat, skeleton, and zombie back up in there. Alright, so we did a lot this commit. We need to actually commit. Testing default actions. Move to target. Testing default actions. Move to target. And clean up car creation. Okay. I'm almost out of coffee though. You know what that means? It means that I have to get more coffee. Y'all are gonna be like, where'd he go? Why is the stream dead? And it's like, oh fuck. You know what? I gotta make coffee. at some point. I got water here. I'll drink some water. And I'm not going to eat for a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a couple hours. I feel like we got more stuff to do here. Help me out. What are we doing next? Suppose we could start by looking at the code. Membrane keyboard. No, I'm using DOS keyboard. It's cherry blue switches. It's my favorite keyboard. And when I am able to hold on to them and not fucking drop them and break them, they last a long time otherwise. This one I've had for over a year, I believe. All right, what's the why are the so like over in race, right? Like we had 3 more races that were like not showing up properly. Zombie, skeleton, and rat, right? So zombie. Oh, this weird. It's a full size keyboard. I don't like small keyboards. Just my preference. I mean, a long time ago it was like laptop, keyboard, and whenever I have to use a laptop, as a laptop, I usually do that, but at the end of the day, nothing like a full size. Okay, there should be an idle for zombie, I thought. Okay, we're gonna have to take a look at the asset folder. Yeah, we got a zombie idle. Why is he not showing up? Maybe it's because we haven't run the generation script in a while. So we got this generate texture files .py. That's a very straightforward thing here, and if it's not defined in textures, then it will not show up. The zombie idle is there, and it says it's 425, right? So if we take a look at the textures, texture IDs.h, then 425 is monster zombie idle. So it shows up as being there. So that should be TX monster zombie idle. I guess the autocomplete was just not loading because it wasn't, like, the file wasn't in memory. But there you go. So that should be fixed. And if that's fixed, then the other one should be pretty easy to fix as well. So what were the other ones? Skeleton and rat. All right, so we're gonna do this kind of thing. And no, skeleton's not a race. I don't care. We'll get around to properly, you know, like you see how like making these decisions really impacts like how the game gets built and what kind of game you're trying to build to begin with. TX monster skeleton idle. TX monster rat idle. Okay, that should actually be fixed now. The code editor, if you didn't know by the logo and the title, it's neovim. And I started working on this particular iteration of the game about a year ago, a little bit over a year ago now. This is an idea that I've been working on for like a long time, but in its current form, consistent development for about like the last year. So actually a little bit over a year now. Coming up on like a year and a quarter. Let's go. All right, so we're testing. All right, there's our rat. There's our skeleton. And there's our zombie. It's not bad, right? I kind of like it. Can I play as a skeleton? Nice. And I got one-shotted. All right, let's come back. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's almost 20 till noon. All right, so there's human again. This is my favorite music track so far. Can't wait to get in-game music controls working again. Man, menus and interfaces, holy shit. So much. We have so much work to do. Alright, where's our dude at? There he is. That's right, you can drag bodies. So, like, the idea being, you know what this was inspired off of, honestly? Metal Gear Solid 2. If you haven't played that game, you should go do that. It's such a fucking great game. But the ability to drag bodies in this way, heavily inspired by that game. I can't tell you how many countless hours I spent fucking around in Dead Cell. The Dead Cell sandbox. Man, such a good game engine too. Shit. So is Metal Gear Solid 3. That said, I have not played the re-release or the remaster. And I'm not sure I'm going to. What code editor is this? This is neovim. Let's see what's next. We've been on almost an hour and a half. All right, what's next? There's so much little tiny things to like push this forward into like a full like game, right? Oh, there's no strong story yet, but in the same vein as NetHack, there's some reason that we have to go down into these dungeons, right? I'm not sure what that reason is yet. But it is a thing. One thing I want to do is have procedural story generation elements, but I don't know how realistic that's going to be over time. Yeah, so, well, Binding of Isaac, that's a really dark story, right? My story's not nearly that dark, but maybe there's some reason that we have to dig into this dungeon, Orcs have been a very prevalent theme in my interests in terms of like I did a whole Suno AI album centered around like orcs if they made death metal. And that might actually make a good segue for me to take a break here and make some more coffee and stuff, because we really could start fleshing out like some of the story, right? So from a story perspective, why are we going into this dungeon? What's the motivation, right? Like, say initially we go into the dungeon because, you know, like a little girl dropped a key or something to her house down a sewer, and the dungeon is directly connected to the sewer system, and we have to go down and get the key, right? Maybe that's like the initial reason why we go into the dungeon. In NetHack, the whole goal is to get to the bottom of the dungeon and take the amulet of Yondor from the evil wizard, and then bring it back to the surface. In this case, like, my original plan was that you only had to go down so far before you go back up with some object that you're returning with. But it just kind of hit me now when you asked the question. What if in the process of acquiring, or, you know, like finding this magic key object, what if in that process you discover a plot by like a you know, a group of orcs, or like a large army of orcs even, where they're attempting to invade your town by coming up through the sewers. And you wouldn't have known this unless you had to go get this little girl's key that fell down the sewers. So that might be the initial plot to start with, is that you're going down to recover some object for someone else, and then in the process of this, you discover something far greater going on. So that might be kind of like the plot, right? And at some point, I have to develop the mechanics for how towns work, like when you actually get out of the dungeon. It's gonna, like, doing all this stuff takes time, and momentum is a thing, and shifting between different parts of the code and the code base and what I'm currently working on and all that stuff really does take a toll in actually accomplishing things. So I want to pick certain things to work on. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna write that down. That's a good idea. A little girl's house key falls down a well. You enter the dungeon to recover it. I mean, at this point, it's just like, get a new house key, right? Like, or get a rogue to like pick lock the door. Why go, you know, do they not have like key making machines in whatever year this is? You enter the dungeon to recover it, only to discover. So maybe if not like a house key, some other thing, right? So to keep things simple, I'm probably like, and I don't know, there might eventually be more than one dungeon. I ultimately want to encompass lots of different biomes, lots of different environments that will make it very interesting to play through. Oh yeah, so we're going to tweak on the font size here. Okay, we got to work on the placement of that that right side. So actually the position of the oh wait. Oh. There you go. This is the problem. So, because, I don't want to hard code this here either. Default message history, font size 20. Default message window, font size 20. All right, what's next? Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. So we also want to do the HUD. $40.96 is probably way too many characters. Buffer line size. Define default HUD line count 4. Buffer line size, default line count times buffer size. I wonder how a line thickness of 2 would look though. I mean, you can tell the difference. This one in the top right is 0. Oh yeah, and the box down here is not big enough for sure. Yeah, so default HD line count. That's better. It's a lot more readable. You don't have to strain your eyes. I'm not sure if it should come on the right or the left, though. And I suppose we should write code to, like, make it do both. Or to, like, switch between the left or the right. And I died. What's up, Parrish? How you doing? Preparing to just doing little UI tweaks right now. It is officially noon. Y'all like Indian music? Like sitars and tablas? I've been fucking with that lately. I gotta take a piss. It's probably time to take a break. Make some more coffee. Give myself a little brain shake. In the meantime, y'all should stay tuned. And if you need to dip away for a bit, I understand. But I ain't done yet. Not by a long shot. We streaming for a bit today. I want to thank everyone for staying tuned. Please do stay tuned. There's a lot more to do. We ain't stopping right now. We're just taking a short reprieve. Let me put a little message up for y'all. All right, first of all, if y'all still watching, wow. Shout outs to y'all. I love you guys. Do me a favor though. We hit double-digit likes earlier. I want you to like this stream and subscribe if you haven't done so. I'm going to add a little note here. I'm just about done with my break. Making some coffee, but it's taking a little while. So I'm going to get my animals some snacks. I'm going to finish up pouring that coffee. I'm going to come back here. We're going to continue some game dev. And like I said, there's a lot more to do. I think y'all can see that though. All right. You know what to do. I know what to do. Y'all like the music? Let me know. I got plenty more like this that I need to upload. One of the end of the month projects I'm going to be doing is getting my personal custom music up on YouTube so that everyone else can enjoy it too. Alright, I'm back. My animals got snacks. I got coffee. I'll probably have to take her out again in a little bit, but you know what? It's 12:30. I think I was gone for maybe 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes. Here's why it takes so long for me to get back and get started and all this kind of stuff, right? So I had to take a big shit in the middle of the stream. Can't help that. It's bio, baby. It's born this way. But in addition to this, I also had to take my dog out because she is an elderly dog and she's incontinent. Can't hold it for very long. I have to anticipate when she needs to go to the bathroom because sometimes she doesn't always vocalize very well. And I'm very thankful we've, knock on wood, gone a significant amount of time without an accident this time. But it's a thing I have to manage every single day. And sometimes she gets like really bad back-to-back pee-pee sessions that she got to do. And she's very clear about those. It's just like really uncomfortable having even just a small amount of pee sometimes. I understand, hon. I understand. Here's some Lola. My cat, on the other hand, he self-regulates pretty well. All I have to do is make sure to clean out his cat box often enough. When I have more money, I'd like to actually investigate different types of litter as well as get him a bigger box. So if you want to support my cat getting a bigger litter box, keep, following along, because I got him what I thought was a pretty good size one, but he He's a messy cat. He has a tendency to kick stuff, right? And you might say, well, why don't you get one of the ones with the lids on it, right? Well, I thought about that too, but he is probably too big for just putting a straight lid on top of this one. I've watched him a few times do his business, and he like perches, you know? And I just, I consider that I want him to have as much space as he needs to be able to, pardon my language, get a full clench, if you know what I mean. You know, like if you're taking like a really good shit and it's just like a stretch, you know, you gotta clench different muscles in order to push the poop out, and that can feel kind of good at times, I imagine. Not that I know, or maybe I do. I mean, y'all know what it's like to take a shit that feels really good. That's what writing code feels like to me. Writing code feels like taking a really good shit. When you get it out, you feel so much better. You know, you had this stuff inside of you that was just eating you away, causing you pain. You know, it's the digestive product of what was inside your brain. And now it's coming out through your fingertips. And the only way you can do this is sitting on the john or standing. You know, some people stand and do it. Some people even lay down and do it, you know. There's lots of different ways to do it. So just get it fucking done. That's what she said. That's what he said also. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. Oh, shit. We got fucking 400 views. Holy God, guys. Let's fucking go. What else are we doing? Oh, my God. We've got lots of energy. We've got lots of stamina. We are ready to roll, baby. So for the people who have tuned in during the break and haven't seen the game yet, I kind of want to crank the music up a little bit. Oh, this is in game state? I think these should actually go into libgamedefines. But point being, we're going to crank the music up a little bit. Looking pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Some small things that I want to write code for now to make better. But first we have to check our code in. So I was talking earlier about the shadows that are being cast by dead bodies. Effectively, when we're calculating the path, if we're checking to see if there's like an entity that's blocking and might like have reason for the shadow to be cast to begin with, and even then that's not necessarily the right algorithmic way to think about what's actually happening here. Lib draw. Let's start with lib draw. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. So in Dungeon Floor, we have this function that's like draw dungeon floor tile. And then after that, we draw other entities that might be on the tile. If we go to draw dungeon floor tile, and we start stepping through the code that determines the lighting for an individual tile, you see that we have a lot of this wrapped up into is location path blocked, which is a custom function that I wrote weeks ago. Is location path blocked takes a game state, a pointer to a dungeon floor, a location, and the location of the hero. technically speaking, if we wanted to limit it to the hero to begin with, we wouldn't necessarily need to pass hero location in this way. We could actually pull that information simply from game state. So that could be something that I do as a refactor in the future. May not be necessary, however. That's an example of like rushed design as far as like writing functions goes. At a certain point, you just kind of have to roll with it, and if you have like lots of different things that are kind of doing things different ways, try to figure out what's the best and do it from that way forward. And if you have time and it makes sense, you know, go back and refactor. But changing like the signature of one function call could mean having to step through a lot of different lines of code in order to properly update or repair them into like behaving in the correct way now. So what are we doing here? Location path blocked. Given two locations, figures out if the path between them is blocked. Now, this is also not operating off of a very intelligent pathfinding mechanism. This is really more of like a direct line mechanism. Calculate path with thickness. I don't know why I forget why I use the word thickness in here. But that's what I named it. This was one of the vibe coded things. Pathfinding's hard. Just straight up. So wait, is X1, do we ever update X1? Yeah, we update X1 some point. Everything else ends up being able to be constant. The error itself gets updated at a certain point. That's okay. I still haven't gotten any feedback from people if they like it seems like people like the keyboard sounds. I have to crank my gain up a bit though, because I'm kind of a quiet dude. Alright. So we calculate the path, and then this function is supposed to step through every position in that path, and then determine whether or not like there's some sort of impeding object that would ultimately cause the tiles behind it to cast like a shadow, or ultimately be like less visible, or you know, because they're effectively like blocked. It's kind of like well, there's like parts of this whole drawing algorithm where like some of it is treated like fog of war, and in others is treated just like actual like for instance, if you close a door, you obviously can't see behind the door. So that's kind of where the motivation initially came from, was you might have blocking objects like doors. And I actually have code for this right here. It's funny, I was just talking about it. I was just like going through my memory and like thinking, okay, so why is this written this way? Oh, that's right. It's written this way because of this reason and this reason. So for every tile in the path, we take a look at that tile's entities. it may have no entities, and so you just move to the next tile. But once we find something that's blocked, we actually exit the loop. And then if we found something that was blocked, we actually exit the greater loop. And we can just immediately say that it's blocked. But we don't want it to count as blocked if the type is NPC and it's dead. All right, first we make sure that the entity that we're iterating over has a dead component, because we've checked to see if it has a type, and it has a type. So its type is NPC. So imagine that an NPC gets between you and some location in your light sphere. Your light sphere is like the circle that encompasses like from where you stand as the player and like how far out your light radius goes. So you start off with a default light radius, and then like over time, as you level up and as you pick up other items, your light radius will increase. And you can also possibly get hit with curses or cursed equipment, or negative spell effects, or etc., or damaging tiles or things that might cause your light radius to go down. So if not is dead, as if is dead, then we don't care. We want dead NPCs to not count as a blocking of light. Like, that should actually fix the display bug, like right now. So at the end of the day, one of the goals that I want is that, you know, I have reason to have large areas, right? And one of the performance issues that I'm dealing with, or going to have to figure out a way to deal with better, is that for dungeon sizes, after a certain point, simply iterating over this many tiles ends up being computationally expensive as fuck. And it slows the game down very bad. And so I'm going to have to find ways to optimize that over time. So as an example of this, right? Like I attempted to unroll a little bit of this here, right? And in a previous stream, I did initial explorations with flame graph generation, which I still got to write a script to properly do this, because I remember there's like three steps to it. You know, you have to like attach a like a data collector to a certain process, and then you have to run like 2 more commands to get like an SVG that shows you what that, you know, what the process calls look like. But I also know that, like, all right, let's go to draw debug panel, and we're going to take a look at the debug panel for a moment. Actually, let's do this without music for a sec. Oh, yeah, also, just as an idea, a preliminary, right? So the kind of like flexibility I'm looking for as far as like my own command line flags. So for instance, another way this could be written is if ndef music off ndef if def music off, and all music off does is really set the volume to 0. And in both cases we play music. When I was talking about flexibility of command line flags, another way this first one could be written, if I wanted to introduce like a music on, right? If def music on, because that would be the same thing as like music off not being defined. And it would have precedence too, right? Like whatever the last flag. So if you like set music off and then music on, then it would read that as music on. So like for instance, we probably won't need these anymore, but like as far as I know, like the macros don't have a very like they don't have like an else if. And so I'm just breaking it up into separate if statements, and I'm gonna assume that I'm not totally stupid whenever I do this. So like for instance, now I could do music on or music off, right? So that's one thing. But music volume should actually be like a variable that we're setting somewhere. It's like in libdraw we have all this extern stuff, right? And we even got a music objects. So this is defined over, no, not there. It's actually in main. So we could do like a float music volume. Default music volume, right? Now back over and load music. Not only do we need extern music, we need extern float music volume, right? Corresponds to that. So now instead of using the hard-coded default music volume, we would now use the imported variable, you could call it, music volume. So these two cases are the same. So we're gonna write a little comment. So there's probably a way to like write this better, right? But this is how I'm doing it. If music off is defined, then music volume should be set to 0, and then we should still set music volume here. Notice that in all cases we're actually setting music volume, but music volume by default is set to default music volume. So we still have to call this, but we could call it like as the very last thing here. Then we don't do it in here. And by default, music is on. So we don't have to like explicitly handle these cases. I wonder if I can do like if def music volume. Can I do that? Is that possible? I haven't done like floating point stuff from the command line. I don't even know if it will like that or not. So like music volume. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Good friend of mine. Alright, let's see. Good friend of mine had some trouble today, apparently. So sorry to hear about that, but, okay, so I am back now. Which things... Okay, so yeah, we were testing out the music volume. This is kind of useful. I was talking about scale with regards to the size of the dungeon floor and like how long it takes to draw frames. Oh, thank you. What a good compliment. Thank you so much. See, this is effectively the idea, is that I can't see anything behind this wall of boxes, right? That makes sense. And the reason, you know, effectively so much is shaded because, you know, you're like directly in front of the box, right? But as you step out, you know, more and more is a little bit revealed. Although, the fact that you have this kind of situation is a little bit weird. This is probably a bug in the algorithm right here. I should turn the volume down a little bit, right? Let's see. But it mostly looks good. It mostly feels good. It's not bad. It's not a bad place for where it's at right now. Oh wait, okay, so because it's on this monitor, now it'll properly take up the full screen. I think it's time to move this monitor, or this thing over here. Oh, wait, we never tried the debug panel. Yeah, we did. Okay, so as you can see, the draw time is 16.5 milliseconds on average over the last 1,000 frames. Current draw time 16.5. We could even track like a maximum. So okay, so last frame times. last frame time. What file is that in? libdraw 86. So we only do this in the debug because naturally, you know, it'd be like wasted CPU cycles and memory. But if g dot last frame time greater than g dot max frame time, obviously g dot max frame time equals g dot last frame time. Now, oh, we're not done yet. Draw time, average draw time. You know what? I kind of want I want another percent thingy. All right, so after average, we also have to do max frame time times 1,000. So over here you can see the max draw time. So we're averaging 16.56, and we peaked at 22. Now, the whole reason we did this is because when we go to init dungeon, 8x8, yeah, obviously is super small. And the whole point is that we want to be able to have very big dungeons, all right? 32 by 32 is about like as big as I've been able to make it without like lag being introduced. Because the problem isn't necessarily how many entities you actually have to iterate over per tile, so much as the fact that you have to at all. So there might be ways for us to speed things up. And we're going to have to examine that. That's what I've been kind of like mentally like backgrounding for a while now, is that there's a lot of shit that I have to figure out in order to actually optimize that situation, right? So let's do that. Let's take a look at the 32 by 32. I gotta say, the way that the shadows unfold is absolutely fucking beautiful, if I do say so myself. Hunt us an orc. If possible. One thing that would help was pushing these boxes to the end so that we can kind of eliminate shadows and kind of maximize like the space that we're looking in. There he is. Got him. So as you can see, this is a 32 by 32. And also the shadowing down there is very interesting. It's like we can kind of tell that there are boxes there, but like that's actually really interesting. So all the boxes being pushed against the walls, we can't really see that they're there anymore. but now the kind of area is like maximized for that kind of setup. But point being, we can like drag this guy to the center now. Now, why would you need to drag a body? Well, there's lots of reasons. One is that you might be on a stealth mission and you need to like hide the body that you just killed because someone higher level is coming around the corner and knows that you know that they will become panicked or aggroed if they see one of their brethren on the ground. So you might need to pull it for that reason. Another reason is that there might be a switch on the floor that you need to pull a body onto because there are no other boxes in the area that you can use. Or maybe there's multiple switches that you have to do this with, and you have one box and you have one dead body, and you don't have a second box, and you need to hit 2 switches. That's totally a possibility. I can't wait to get back to switches. That's going to take a lot of work. But implementing some of the, I guess, non-deterministic parts like that, or rather, they would be deterministic, but also capable of non-determinism, kind of like Redstone and Minecraft. I've never actually fucked with Redstone, but I know all about the crazy experiments that people have done in that game. Y'all kids gotta understand, I actually spent $20 on Minecraft when it was an alpha. Like, I was like, this game looks great. I want to, if I were Notch, I would want people to support it, because I too had dreams of making my own game. Back then, the vision was definitely not as clear as it is becoming now of exactly what it was that I wanted to build. But I played this game in college called NetHack. And NetHack was great. Still is. Okay, so the point I was getting is that the draw time is going to start plummeting as I make bigger dungeons. This makes me sad, and we're going to have to figure out a way to optimize the code so that it actually works faster and better. Alright, so the draw time, the average draw, so the max draw time is 24 so far. And this is in a 64 by 64 dungeon. Lucky me, I found the shield right away. Alright, so let's scope this out. Let's see what a 64 by 64 looks like. But actually things... Okay, so there was definitely a spike there. All of a sudden the max draw time is up to 35. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely some lag. Especially when moving. When you're standing still, the draw time is pretty small, but it's when you're moving. You see that? Can you see that lag? So like, you notice that the light radius moves before the player, but while the player is I mean, one of the reasons for this is that there's not like the best optimization going on underneath, because when because like the frame is continuously being marked as dirty. When you're moving. When you're standing still and you're idling, it's not dirty, and so it doesn't need to be redrawn on every frame. Max draw time has gone up to 78. The longer I stay still, and I noticed that the average over the last 1,000, so this is not like an ongoing average. This isn't like the average since the beginning or anything like that. So if we're just doing stuff constantly, I can kind of jack the draw time up artificially. Or not really artificially, but like, you know, trying to figure out like worst case performance here. Because there is definitely some bugginess right now. Not to mention, you know, all the slowdown. So we got the max draw time to peak at 99. And the average was also up to like in the 50s. Right now it's back down to 16, and we want it to be 16 like the whole time. I don't want to see any of this lag shit. Oh, and how convenient. Look what turn it is. I totally didn't try to do that. Hi Zico, I'm doing okay. How's it going? Alright, so if it's the case that when you're moving, the frame is going to be continuously marked dirty, then that's definitely going to like impact things, right? I wonder if smooth move is necessary. Like, it kind of looks nice though. You know what I mean? It feels nice, but it doesn't feel nice right here. The lag is just too much. It kills me. Okay, so I want to think about ways to fix this situation, right? Oops. All right, so in draw a dungeon floor. Sure, we could, you know, do a little more unrolling, right? Although in this case, like, this also makes a certain assumption, and I'm not sure that we're going to get much performance benefit. So we might as well leave it like this, just in case we happen to have, like, I think in the smallest case, like the smallest size a floor could be, is just like 2 by 2. And then of course we have all of these, which it runs through for a given entity type, right? And there could be no entities on this, right? So if path.size is exactly equal to 0, return false. That way we can exit early without having to go through the loop. So if location path is blocked, we do that. But before we necessarily assume that there are any entities, if tile pointing to get entities size exactly equal to 0, break. I'm not sure this is going to speed much up. And damn, this inner loop is just like gross. Is location too far to draw? So we got this function Manhattan distance up here. Then is location path blocked? Here is another place, right? If v0 0 tile pointing to get is pointing to size. Equal to 0. Continue. Because that means we don't have to go through this loop. And we know that it's not blocked at that point, so we can just move on to the next tile. But the whole reason that we have to go through this loop is for a given tile that we're attempting to determine how we should draw it. We do that. Actually, I don't think it's necessarily that we want to break, right? It's that we want to actually continue. Probably not going to be able to improve it too much off of this alone. This is helpful. I noticed that the draw time is going up a lot, especially as we uncover tiles. You can see the average dropping, but at the same time, you know, this is why that max is this bad. It's just, yeah, the code I wrote just now, like, it's almost like it had no impact. So, like, there's going to be things that I probably want to cache on tiles in order to kind of try and eliminate some of these things, because that's just way too much recomputation. Like once a once we've drawn one frame of a particular new state, generally speaking, certain things we probably don't need to recalculate. Like, is location too far to draw? So, like, given this sort of information, it would be useful if we could store it on a tile, because this operates off of a location, but we also want to you know, avoid having to, like, calculate this every single frame, right? Similarly, is location path blocked, operating off of the dungeon floor. So if we step through a path and then we grab a tile along that path, we should have a variable that we set on that tile to tell us whether or not it's a blocking tile or not. And the only time that we would need to change this value or update it is if there's some sort of a state change on the tile since last update. So as an example of this, we could have a Boolean variable called blocked cache or cached blocked or something like this, where the first time that we calculate whether or not it's blocked and we get down to here. So like in the very beginning, if path size is 0, then it's not blocked, obviously. But if we step through every entity in the tile and we determine, oh, it's not a wall and it's not a none type and it has more than one entity and it's got this entity in it, then the state change has occurred on that tile, right? I'm just thinking out loud because I'm probably going to take a break soon, and this is probably going to be one of the bigger next things that I do to optimize, which is try and analyze, like on a tile, for instance. We need cache if it's blocked or not. We also need to cache if its state is changed. Maybe I should just keep streaming, but at the same time, you know, I'm gonna have to take my dog out here in a little bit. Hello from Central Asia. Greetings. How are you doing? So I should be looking at cached NPC, right? That's what I should be using to determine whether or not it's blocking or something to this effect. Because otherwise, we have is door and is box, or So this is going to require some overhaul, right? Like, so whenever a door ends up on a tile, either by being created there or something else, we need to like check to see if there was a state change sometimes. I'm not sure exactly where yet, but through this caching mechanism, the tile can have an NPC, the tile can have an item. Not necessarily all in this at the same time, but you can certainly have an open door with an NPC. You can have an open door with a box. You can have an open door with an item. At the moment, I'm not like handling what happens if you shut a door with an item in the doorway, for instance. Maybe I should disallow shutting of the door until you pick up an item. That kind of thing. That's one of the next big things, is trying to eliminate this draw time. It's gonna be a lot of work. I hope y'all are ready for it. I've been on for 4 hours so far today, and I just finished my second cup of coffee. It's probably time for me to take a break. I know I gotta take my dog out to pee-pee. I need to eat something at some point. But I'm gonna write this down. Optimizing draw time per frame for large (64 by 64) or bigger dungeon floors. All right, let's get some more music back on. This might be a bit of a longer break, but not a big deal. Oh yeah, I gotta do my Russian practice for today too. Do that right now.
Нельзя. Роза. Зеленый. Черный. Это желтая роза. Твоя.
Это желтая роза твоя.
У нее есть синий рюкзак.
Желтая птица. Птица. Чай.
Utopia est зеленая.
Синий велосипед.
Синий велосипед.
Зеленая дверь. Зеленая.
У меня есть желтая роза. У тебя есть гитара.
Красный.
Роза. Всегда. Очень. Очень. Всегда.
Красный.
Utopia est желтая. Желтый утка. Oh no, желтая.
Красная роза.
Красная роза.
Моя зеленая чашка.
Нельзя. Очень.
Черный.
Желтый.
All right. I gotta take a piss. No matter what I do next, I gotta piss. Stay tuned. Okay, I am back. For now. It's only 3 o'clock. Still got a lot on the way. Just in general, not necessarily just today, but also just period. I don't know how much more we're going to do today, but my mind is immediately thinking towards what all do I need to do in order to optimize this drawing time situation. And something that just came to me while taking my break. I'm sorry I was gone for 30 minutes. Kind of thing happens. Hi, Marimo. Maro. Hope you're doing okay. All right, so one of the things I gotta do is so we're attempting to optimize the drawing time because as the size of the dungeon increases, so too does the draw time. And one of the things that we want to do to kind of handle this situation Let's figure out what function is eating up the most time during drawing. So I had a thought on my own. Crazy, right? How dare I have thoughts on my own? This has nothing to do with the thought I had. This is just OCD. I am definitely not using those debug colors. Holy shit. That's gross. I'm not even using the font size there. Anyway, forgot that I have God mode as a thing. So during the game tick, we have this thing that's update player tiles explored. And this calls update tile, which sets the tile to be explored and visible. So one of the things that I kind of think would be useful during the development process, because there might be times when we want all of the tiles to be visible, right? Or rather, all the tiles to be set to like see, be visible, or be available, or like register as having been seen. So when we go to init a tile, by default, everything starts off as false. But if everything was auto discovered, then we wouldn't need to call this, right? That's one less thing in the tick that we have to deal with. Which I don't believe that player tiles explored is necessarily consuming all that much CPU power, right? But during this initial exploratory optimization phase, we're going to start them off as true. That's like even worse. Our max draw time has cranked up to 130 fucking milliseconds per frame. God damn. Let's see what our idle is. Like our idle draw time, right? Over here on the right side. Even then, 22 is still kind of baddish. And as soon as I move in a direction, draw time's gonna jack way up. So what this kind of tells me is that of course update player tiles discovered wasn't a bottleneck. So we know that setting that to visible and explored and hard coding that in isn't having an impact naturally. Oh, that was a good comment. I want to take a look at some flame graph stuff again. All right, so now better yet, before I do that, oh wait, also all right, so we've got the setup here. Maybe we want to turn it lower. Alright, so now that we got that going, Alright, so we're just going to take a minute of data. So while that's running, see we have peaked at 122 milliseconds for draw time. That's fucking terrible. So we're gonna figure out why exactly which functions are eating up the most time. I started to do this the other day. We walked through the process in general. We should be pretty close to done. Any minute. Okay, so there's our snapshot. Next, we copy over the perf data that we just created. It's a big file, considering it says it only wrote 0.82. Next, we have to run stack collapse, and then flame graph. So now we got this SVG file that I should be able to open. Let's see. So here's our flame graph for that 60-second interval. See, is location too far to draw? Calculate path with thickness. And let's see. And some of our accessors to the unordered map also can be kind of expensive. The number of times we call sort for calculate path with thickness, also problematic. some of the things up here. Calculate path with thickness. So what is the percent stuff? So is this like 96.79% of the program or the code is spent inside of game loop? And then out of the game loop, 96.79%, then 96.3% is all in draw frame. So draw frame literally, you know, naturally, because there's like not really a whole lot, you know, like it's just a dungeon with one dude in it, right? Naturally, draw frame gonna eat up a fuck ton more time than the logic of the game loop itself. And then draw frame 2D to texture, which is where each frame gets drawn specifically. And because we're moving constantly, you know, the idea is to kind of create like a worst case scenario for properly handling and updating everything. So then 96.26 in draw frame 2D, 96.26 in draw dungeon floor. And then that whole thing is split up between tile type is none, shared pointer accessors, draw dungeon floor, tile, then draw dungeon floor entity type. Then get light radius. So the component table possibly, you know, in the future optimized, right? Not exactly sure how, because the whole point of when I wrote it was for dynamic, on the fly creation of new maps, but this does naturally get kind of computationally expensive. So things feel fast, but we're gonna have to really kill stuff like calculate path with thickness, because this alone, with the number of times that it has to call sort, right here. So this is our sort, and this is a sort. So this is all inside of calculate path with thickness, and that's all inside of is location path blocked. And then this is all dungeon floor tile, which if we go into draw dungeon floor now, or for entity type, we can see is location too far to draw also takes up a ridiculous amount of compute. Literally 13% of this code is spent just figuring out if a location is too far to draw. What if we just drew everything? Why do we need to check to see if stuff is too far to draw? Right? Oh wait, we're in the wrong terminal. Draw dungeon floor. I'm actually kind of surprised that more time isn't spent inside of Manhattan distance. But I guess realistically, it's like not that big. So there's almost a one-to-one relationship between the lines in is location too far to draw and stuff up here. So vector 3 invalid and then get light radius. So get light radius and get vision distance. So like the access and having to do that once every frame, right? Because instead of looking up this value every single time, we could, instead of looking up vision distance and light radius every single fucking time that we call this, and even then, we could even eliminate the vector 3 invalid call. I mean, it's still inlined, so it's not like a big deal, but at the same time, so to eliminate like the lookups here, right? This is the only place that we're calling it. Y'all ready for a brief lesson in optimization? I hope so. Damn, we still got 8 people, and I'm like, I've been live for over 5 hours. We just cracked 600 views, y'all. Like the stream and subscribe if you haven't. Got a lot of likes today, fuck yes. So, Night Owl just hops in. This is super interesting. It might be cache misses that are your problem. Standard is known to be slow because it's implemented as a linked list. Storing the elements contiguously as a plain array should be easier to CPU. Prefetch ahead of time. Cannot predict pointers very well. Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that. And I was thinking about it. I'm kind of lamenting the decision to have implemented the dungeon floor in the way that I have, but I'm going to try and figure out a way to work with what I've got without having to like rewrite everything, because rewriting everything all the time takes a lot. It's one of the reasons that I haven't gotten the game as far ahead as I'd like to be. It's because of stuff like this. But running into it as a real problem gives you a reason to actually take a step back and say, okay, what can we do here to improve the situation? Naturally, finding ways to inline the data in memory so that when the addresses are being calculated for memory accesses, there's kind of like a predictable pathway where like individual pieces of memory aren't like located in totally disparate parts of your heap, right? This is absolutely one of the reasons, but we're gonna work our way down there before I have to like, you know, rewrite the entire dungeon floor from scratch, or like change how tiles currently work, because there is a lot in terms of like what's actually stored on a tile that makes it also kind of a little bit expensive computationally. So, but naturally having to do this lookup on like every fucking frame is ridiculous. So we don't need that. Not to mention the hero ID isn't changing. So like this value, these two values should not have to be re-grabbed every single time. So if we can pass those in as parameters from up above the calling function, then what happens here, right? So naturally, we don't want to have to grab these every single iteration through the inner loop either, because they're not changing that frequently. So we can actually pull them out. And even further, we don't want to have to grab them every single time through this outer loop either. And so we can actually pull them up here, because they're really not changing at all during these iterations. And even still, calling it, you know, like this is going to be called once per frame, and so even for this lookup, right, we could, let's see, 1 2 3, we could actually pass this up into this next function, like draw dungeon floor entity type. So we could actually pass it in to each one of these. And this could, and those could even be passed in from draw dungeon floor, right? I mean, if we're passing in the game state, then one thing that we could do for instance, if we pull vision distance and light radius up into the primary call for draw dungeon floor, and then we could pass it down into each of the function calls beneath it that might need it. So as an example of this, if we go over here and we were to add int vision distance and then int light radius, So now it's tripping because we haven't added those parameters here yet, right? Now I got vision distance, we got light radius, we can actually pass them in now. So now we're passing in the variables from a level above where they're being used at. Actually, we've done two or three levels so that we've eliminated the number of times that we need to call, or rather access, those values. So this should make these that function faster, right? So like is location too far to draw, which is the function that we were initially optimizing for, should have a completely different flame graph now if we were to go and test it out, which I think is a good idea. Let me take a look at the chat. It looks very cool, by the way. I would love to work on something like this. Very inspiring. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. You know, it's nice, kind words like that that really keep me going. I'm very happy and excited that so many people think this is a cool project. I hope to actually create something that y'all can really, really play beyond a simple demo in your browser. You know, the vision for this is to find a way to make it so that it can be on multiple platforms and playable in a number of different input methods as possible. So I want to be able to offer, because in its current form, it's all keyboard. But in the future, I would like to be able to offer touchscreen support, controller support, all that kind of stuff. Okay, are we ready to test? Let's do a test. So it feels a little, just marginally faster, but we're not going to know 100% what exactly has been improved upon. But you see the average draw time for 1,000 frames is getting kind of up there. Max draw times maxed out at 96, which is a little bit faster. Previously we hit a max of like 120 or something like that. So yeah, there's going to be a lot that we have to do for optimization purposes, but let's go ahead and generate another flame graph. Alright, so we are grabbing 1 minute of data. Okay, so the draw time's gone up a little bit. Yeah, no, it's getting pretty brutal. So we're going to have to do a lot in order to optimize this. One thing that we could do is probably separate out, like, instead of storing tile objects, although, I mean, one of the biggest problems is that regardless, we have to do an initial lookup because every tile has its, like, you know, potentially something that it's storing there. And so one thing that I can think of is that if we actually get rid of the vector that we're using on each tile, because it's not necessarily the shared pointer that's the problem to the tile. It's probably more likely than not the fact that each tile has a vector on it. Oh yeah, but no, in addition to that, there's the cached NPC and the cached item stuff that I should be making better use of. So that's going to be a thing that I have to do. Let's take a look, see. Alright, we got our samples. Now let's take a look at the flame graph. We got a much different looking one this time. And also I think something happened with the sampling. You get this weird super long spike on this one thing in the beginning. I'll show you. See, up here is like way up here. It's like, what the fuck is this? Unknown function. It happens before main, before our game loop. I didn't even start running this until after. So I don't even know how it managed to capture that stuff. But the whole point being now, if we were to take a look at draw dungeon floor entity type, you can see actually that is location path blocked. Now no longer, no, sorry. is location too far to draw no longer has the lookups to the component table anymore. So that's pretty good, right? So it has like a call to max and it has a call to Manhattan, and they're super small, and is location too far to draw now takes a pretty small amount of time in relation to everything else. There's still lag, but that's one less thing that I necessarily need to consider as being like part of the problem, right? So like tile at as an accessor, you know, the lookup is, I wonder if it being ordered would matter, right? Because actually, in this case, it might be a good idea to try using a ordered map instead of an unordered map. So let's take a look. Dungeon floor. Because maybe using a ordered map, or, you know, like see, we have this vector, and then this is our shared pointer to an unordered map to a bunch of tiles. So what if we were using a regular map for this purpose? And generally speaking, it should make sense that this should be ordered, right? Because every tile, like adjacent tiles should have adjacent tile IDs. In other words, the tile at the top left of the dungeon floor should be 0 or 1. The tile immediately to his right should be 1 or 2. So like incremental, right? The tile immediately beneath them should be the tile ID of that tile plus the width of the dungeon floor. And so there is kind of a predictable relationship between what a tile's particular ID is and where in the dungeon it actually falls. Because if you have a 8x8 dungeon floor, you have 64 tiles, and so you have IDs 0 through 63. So that makes sense. So we start pushing back tiles, and now we have a ordered tile map. And so if accessing things like is faster in an in an ordered map, for this reason, because the keys that we're using are ordered, right? And so in the map itself, we have like very predictable access, because whenever we go through to draw stuff from the dungeon floor, we're doing so by going through each tile XY in the dungeon floor, right? And so df tile at, which according to our flame graph, if we go back to the flame graph again, tile at hits unordered map here, and it spends a lot of time in find. So we just swapped this over to an ordered map, and so I would expect some change to this flame graph. So let's first see that stuff compiles, right? Let's start there. Oh no. The draw time has exploded. This actually is slower. This is actually much slower. This is slower by like an extra 20 milliseconds. So as a comparison, to like put this side by side, so remember it was peaking at like about 140, right? And see, I can already tell it's faster, but you can also see that the max draw time is only 100. So actually 40. We might see this. I've seen it get up to 120, but So you hit 120, 101. So that's a bummer that didn't quite work out. So what is it like what do we actually need on a tile, right? That's like, ideally we actually have all of the tiles side by side in memory. The way that this is currently working, everything's fragmented. It's probably one of the reasons that there's so much slowdown. 32 by 32 operates fast enough, but or even then it's kind of slowish. 64 by 64 and greater, you can really feel the slowdown. So one of the things that, you know, we should try to take advantage of and see if we can't get rid of is this additional vector on here, right? Because this is yet one more memory to look up. This is like, we have to look up memory here, and then we have to look up memory here again. And then we have to look up memory here again. That's a lot of memory lookup. That's one reason that I want to use the cached values. And if there's a way for us to get rid of a vector of entities entirely on the tile itself, maybe maybe we can have like a global a map to entities, so that instead of having to like do this, we could do that, and that way we could remove the vector off of the tile. I'm gonna write this down. It's not the first time I've had this thought. But like getting rid of this additional memory access means that we'll be able to get rid of a lot of loops and a lot of checks. And I don't know that we necessarily want more than one thing on the ground, but it also makes an issue for like dropping items from an NPC whenever you kill them. Originally, I was having it so that all of the items that they might have, such as like a weapon and a potion, drop onto the same tile as that entity. So realistically, a tile can have on it an NPC, an item, optionally a box, optionally a door. Maybe we can even set it up so it's like cached. I mean, even then, being able to check for each one of these is kind of cool. But the real tricky part is because moving an entity from a tile to another tile involves removing it from the entity's vector in one tile and then adding it to an entity's vector in another tile. So, and even then, the player counts as an NPC. So player's NPC ID ends up in here instead of in entities when we attempt to, think through optimizing this. It's 4 o'clock, getting ready for 4:20. So reading the chat right now. Oh yeah, map tries to keep the elements sorted too. It's even worse than an unordered map. It should be possible to remove the standard share pointer surrounding the vector too. vector on its own is kind of already a smart pointer. There are situations actually where, and the reason that I had to do it that way is when you start to mix and match like shared pointers with like stack values or things that are declared on the top level. For instance, dungeon floor, I believe on game state is a shared pointer. No, sorry, on dungeon, yeah, each dungeon floor is a shared pointer. So, and once, like, because like dungeon, you can see, we were able to get away with not doing it as a shared pointer. But then you get into dungeon, and then each individual dungeon floor I had to do this way because of behavior when not doing it this way. It's kind of hard to explain, but in a previous stream, I experienced double allocations with the tiles as well as the dungeon floor. And so attempting to manage things without using shared pointers that way ended up totally fucking impossible. Like, this is the only way I was able to like force it into only creating like one object and not like copy another object. It was absolutely killing performance to attempt to not use shared pointer here. And then on dungeon floor, similarly, like the vector, I don't know why this works, but why that one didn't work. So maybe we can actually get rid of it. We can figure that one out. So maybe I'm full of shit. But I do feel like I ran into some weird crashing and performance issues in certain cases. In this case, because tile ID is just like an integer, it wasn't really like a problem. I think these are old. Like, I haven't used living or dead NPCs in a long time. Room metadata is yet to come, like, because I want to have like an on-screen display that like tells you what room you're currently in, for instance. And then here's where like all of this performance negativity is going on. But here, I attempted to do just regular tiles and try to like make it just tile ID to tile type. But that's where I was hitting into a lot of performance issues, and I had to make it a shared pointer. But even then, even if we do shared pointer here, I think the problem is not necessarily that shared pointer. Maybe it is, but it's also with the entities. I gotta piss again. All right, I'm back, but I'm gonna end up taking a break here again in a little bit. You got some interesting problems to solve in the game. So the problem here is that we can technically have more than one NPC on a tile. Cast live NPCs, this is really no longer relevant. So we're going to actually do a lot of optimization to dungeon tile. And dungeon floor. As an example of this, cast live NPCs. Do we even need this? So we need to kind of strip down and isolate everything in the game. So in game state now, so we may not need tile has live NPCs anymore. I take that back. We use it in a lot of places. We may not need count live NPCs on floor. And a lot of these checks are for when we're like creating stuff. But this function, so this is in Trientity move. So realistically, we're going to have to come back to a lot of these and update things to use a single cached live NPC. So realistically, there could be more than one dead NPC on a tile. But we should effectively try to cap that value somehow. And we're going to have to come back to this too. So we're going to have to disable magic type stuff. All right, so we got that to compile again, but we got rid of cached live NPCs. And we're going to have to effectively use cached NPC or cached live NPC instead. Now any places that we're using the old cached NPC will break. So that's game state again. Set cached live NPC. Okay, so we call it tile. technically that's kind of handled. Will it run? Fuck, it's over 9,000. So we are going to check out a new branch. Called Dungeon Tile Optimization. It's almost 4:30. Damn, I'm still going. No, it's no, those are good good recommendations. Oh, you like the music, huh? glad to hear that. I'll put some more of that on when I take my next break, which is going to be here pretty soon. We've had a lot of viewers today, like consistently. We had a little bit of a drop off around 3 p.m. or somewhere around 2:30, 3 p.m. But we have been consistent, like almost riding like 5+ viewers since about 10 or 11, actually about 10:45 this morning. Hell yeah. And we're still going. We're 6 hours in. We've spent a quarter of the day doing game development so far. I haven't eaten anything. And a third of my day I spend sleeping. So for the amount of time that I'm awake on a daily basis, I've almost consumed about half of that. Which means that I'm going to end up having to actually, like, this has been actually almost a full ass work day doing nothing but game development. I've probably taken about an hour's worth of break during this time. You know, in an 8-hour workday, you get an hour for lunch. Haven't taken my lunch break yet. But in addition to that, I'm gonna have to take my dog out to pee-pee. They gotta have din-din. They gotta have snacks. And dungeon floor and dungeon. So something interesting. The max draw time already looks smaller. I take it back. It did peak. It was like pretty lower than that, but at certain zooms, and even then, like, there's a lot that's drawn off screen that we realistically do not need to be drawing. Like, if I were able to do some sort of pre-calculation on like where something would actually end up being drawn. So one thing that we could do is we could test to see if PX and PY, as well as it, like, we can test to see if this destination rectangle occurs outside, right? Like, so we're returning true or false, but we're not actually using the values. If px is less than 0, or better yet, if px plus default tile size float is less than 0, or px is greater than default window width, or default target width. Yeah, default target width. Well, no, that's not, this isn't, no, this isn't right. Because this doesn't take into account like the camera offset, right? A lot of it too, I think, has to do with the camera lock on. There is some jitter during the lag. So if the tile right x is less than cx, or tile left x is greater than CW, or tile top y is less than CY, or tile bottom y is greater than CH. This also doesn't take into account the zoom of the camera at all. It's one reason I'm kind of concerned about the rendering. But at 1x zoom, well, and even then, no, it's like what actually gets rendered would change. I don't think this is actually going to help us. Not to mention having like an additional check that we have to do. But realistically, if we also take into account the zoom and we figure out like exactly where something's going to be drawn, let's just test it out, but I don't think this is going to help us, which means it's probably time for me to take a break. Starting to feel a little burned. I think we're onto something, because it does feel like it's performing faster, even though it's not doing quite what I wanted here. See, this is the whole dungeon floor, right? And naturally, we should really be trying to optimize at this zoom level. So realistically, trying to cut things out of the camera is probably not going to help us here. So the problem with updating the tile cache on here is that we don't know what kind of entity we're adding to the tile. This is the whole reason that we had a cache update mechanism to begin with. So in order to properly handle this series of upgrades that we're looking to make in order to improve performance, whenever we add an entity ID to a tile in the dungeon floor, we're going to have to also pass what type of entity it is. So for instance, the implication here in try-entity move, actually the entity could be any entity, but we will have to get its type. So here we get the type, and then we can go to add at, and what we'll have to do here is add an entity type, T type. Now at the moment we're not using it, not yet, but that means here we are going to have to pass type as a second parameter. And for all the other places where we're calling add at, we're also going to have to get its type and update it. So in this case, entity door, entity prop, entity I. Entity item, entity item, entity NPC, entity NPC, entity box, entity spell. Entity item. Entity item. Okay, try entity pull. Okay, so there's our update to df add at, but we're not done yet. Because we're trying to get rid of the entities array, and the original reason I remember now why I kept it in there for the moment, because I hadn't decided how to deal with the problem of multiple dead bodies. What I'm thinking I'm going to end up doing is one dead body per tile, right? But if you kill a living NPC, and this is where, you know, the video game magic happens, right? So in a lot of games, dead things on the screen don't last forever. There are resource limits. So one thing we might have to do is just make the old dead body disappear and get replaced with the new one. It's kind of unfortunate, but if you're, you know, crafty enough or clever enough, and you need more than one dead body for some reason, or something else that we can do is also consider pulling the vector out from here, right? And then storing it in a data structure that sits outside of the tile itself, because each tile has an ID, and if we can get rid of this inner entities vector, maybe this will help. It'll kind of suck if, like, I do all of this work and it ends up not helping, but for the sake of simplifying the game logic, you know, for the sake of working towards an environment where we can have very big dungeon floors That's really what I want. And trying to figure out how we can tease out some of these values, because if we can kind of eliminate this entities vector, then each tile only consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 booleans, 2, and we may not even need this, like 5 booleans, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 integers, which, you know, that's relatively small. And six integers plus 4 booleans, that's basically 7 integers. So if I do some quick math here, you know, like 7 integers, right? And we consider that each integer is about 4 bytes, right? We could even go kind of hog wild and consider it as 8. You know, just assume everything's a long int. It's 56 bytes per tile, right? So let's round up to 64. 64 bytes per tile in the best case, perhaps. So if we had an 8x8, it's 4096, that's relatively small. If we have a 32x32, 65536, it's a little bit over a megabyte. Or wait, is that right? Because 4096 is 4K. So 8 bits. So that's 1 byte. So 64, so wait, we said 7 integers, right? Each integer is 32 bits. No, that's too many. That's the largest integer value, 32-bit integer value. So really it'd be 232 minus 1. All right, so 56, no, what did we say? 56 bytes, right? Like 7 integers, 56, or 8 bytes per, rounding up to 64 bytes per tile. So that's bytes for a 32 by 32 dungeon floor under those assumptions. And the benefit of this is that there would be no lookups on any other data structures at that level. And ideally, we'd be able to restructure things so that over in dungeon floor, instead of using shared pointers for every single tile, instead of using like some sort of unordered map, or maybe even using the unordered map, Ideally, we could actually get rid of this shared pointer here too. But even then, what we would have to do effectively is restructure this so that instead of it being stored as a map, we actually have it all as one big contiguous like array. Like if we were to like restructure tile map to be like tile T, you know, like something like that. And the goal being that we would want this to perform better than it's currently performing. So lots of work to do. So we're currently not doing anything with the entity type that we're passing into df add at yet. But ideally what we would do here is pass it into tile add. And then over here, depending upon what type was, now it's possible that the NPC might be dead. So we'll take that into consideration when we get back to it. All right, so whenever we add something to the tile, we actually reset the cache. And whenever we remove something, we will also reset the cache. So one of the important things that I'm going to save for after I recharge is actually getting rid of the entities vector. Because between these caches and even like cached item count, like I don't believe we need that anymore. Over in game state. Damn, this has been a hell of a game dev day. Almost 7 hours, 700 views. Holy shit. I cannot thank y'all enough. It's been a wild ride today. I got a lot done. This is probably the most hardcore programming day that I've had in weeks. And party's just getting started. But you know what? I think 7 hours in a single day is a good enough time for me to say, okay, I got some shit done. Oh yeah, I will watch that. Becoming an N+2 programmer. I'm a big fan of Casey Muratori. He's a very smart guy. I pay attention to him whenever the stand-up is on, because he's obviously the smartest out of the primary people on that podcast. It's a good time though. I like most of the people on there. I like everybody in general. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. No, that's the journey of programming, right? Is just figuring things out. And if I can be entertaining for people and y'all can learn some things along with me while I make this thing, and I get y'all support so that I know, okay, well, people obviously want to see this thing move along, so I'm gonna keep on doing that. Can't thank y'all enough. If you like what I'm doing here, definitely like and subscribe. Like, we're almost at 30. This is probably the most likes I've gotten on a single stream in a very long time. I can't thank y'all enough. It's gonna help me out in the algorithm a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's all about getting those views, getting that attention in order to kind of promote. This is as organic as it gets, guys. So just stay tuned. Wow, fuck yes, we got 30. Fucking awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. Don't forget to subscribe and stuff. I stream rather regularly. I wish I were more employed, but I'm not, and so I'm trying to make this my main thing for right now. hopefully somewhere along the way we can make some real stuff happen. So I'm gonna go and get ready for dinner over here. You guys take it easy until next time, okay? Appreciate y'all joining today. Love you guys. Until next time, everybody, peace the fuck out. Go play the game too. The last demo is still, pretty reasonable, and once these optimizations are kind of made, then we'll see a new build up, okay? If I'm lucky, maybe we can get it done before the end of the month. But I really want to see better performance on 64 by 64 and greater size dungeons, if possible. I believe it's possible. There's no reason that we can't do it. CPU cache is rather big nowadays, so we should be able to fit a few, it shouldn't take us more than a few megabytes. There's no reason that I need to be hopping all over the place in memory just to be able to draw a dungeon. All right, peace, y'all.